Well, hello there. Just waiting for OBS to stop panicking. Not Anakin, panicking. Jeez, CC's, you are the worst. I'm going to try in vain to do some more commands and stuff working. And also reading some more of Among the Gnomes. Not nose, gnomes. Oh my goodness gracious. Alrighty, let's see. Might have to do some on-the-fly adjustments. Yep, exactly. I knew it. Yeah. Alrighty, there's that one. Perfection. Then we're gonna check over on framed. Perfect. I still need to adjust that. Darn. That's fine. For now, that's fine. I'll fiddle with it later, even if it looks terrible right now. I need to make it so that the, what is it? Text alignment is right, and then adjust it from there. Hey, Bab! What's good? Come on. There we go. Yes, this is Spirit City Lo-Fi Sessions. It is a delightful little Pomo. Ooh, Subway. I love Subway. It's a little co-working, like, gamify / music / ambient sounds / ASMR. It's a lot of things. It's doing a lot of things, and I love all the things it's doing. And I love the collecting little people. There's quite a few of them. I am doing not bad. I went and saw a movie yesterday with my spouse and a friend of ours. And it was a good rompy, fun kind of movie, and I enjoyed it quite a lot. It wasn't like the strongest in the franchise, but it tickled all of the right tickles to be tickled. Say that 5 times fast. And how did you guess? Yes, we did see Deadpool and Wolverine. I want to say Deadpool. I saw Deadpool, I want to say 2. Yeah. I saw Deadpool 2 quite a few years ago when it was in theaters on Valentine's Day with a buddy. Yeah. Oh, you're gonna like it, Marble. I really, truly believe that. Saw it on Valentine's Day with a buddy. The first one, I think I went and saw by myself. But what makes the first one kind of special to me also is that it was one of the first couple movies that my spouse and I watched when we were LDR. Back on Rabbit, when Rabbit still worked. I don't know if any of you remember Rabbit, but it was a shared screen sort of at the time app where you could watch YouTube videos and stuff. I really enjoyed. that experience also. I saw Deadpool in X-Men universe when he was human, entered an arena like thing where a whole mafia was shooting bullets, but he sliced them all with his katanas. Was that a comic or was that one of the cartoons? I can't remember which one that was. Okay. Got it. Oh, wait. You're talking about Wolverine. I remember when they just absolutely gutted the character. Oh my god. We don't talk about Wolverine. Oh, I do remember seeing it and not being pleased with it, but I also really enjoying the effects, all things considered. But yeah, I remember, I think, because that was the first time Hugh and Ryan met, and they made like a pact that when they eventually remade / rebooted the franchise, that they would have at least one movie together. But yeah, no. It was great. Yeah. It was a good movie, to say the least. I just realized I don't have my frogs up. Let me get that real quick too, and hopefully it doesn't put the computer under too much stress. Yeah, that was Wolverine. And they covered his mouth, like they which makes absolutely zero sense considering, the character's known as the Merc with the mouth, so the fact that they gave him no mouth was kind of bizarre. Especially given Ryan Reynolds and his very similar run-of-the-mouth kind of tomfoolery, to say the least. Okay. It did. Yeah. It reminded me of the scene from the original Matrix movie where they knitted Neo's mouth closed when he was talking with Mr. Smith, I want to say, as a way to like spook him or something. I don't remember the full details, but I remember that happening then too, where it like knit his mouth closed to the point where it was like just blank skin, and that was really unsettling, uncanny valley kind of effect. Yeah, didn't like that. It did the job though. Like that, if you wanted something to make you feel super uncomfy, that was the way to go. For sure. Ugh. I'm waiting for my froggies to boot up. Or Wanda shut off the dude's mouth. His superpower was voice. Choice everything in front of him. Yeah, I didn't see Multiverse of Madness, but that sounds on brand. Yeah. And especially, oh my god. So that is something I can say confidently that I have enjoyed the technology evolving in my lifetime, seeing the way movies have significantly improved and become more interesting as the effects got bigger. Of course, it also makes it super funny going back and like rewatching movies that I maybe saw as a child and the effects are so old and not great, and it's hilarious at the same time. All right, let me... Oh, I think I hid the audio for window capture. Where is it? Oh, I think I know what I need to do. Yeah. Oh my gosh. I'm trying to think of a good example. Like maybe the original... Oh, hang on. Maybe the original Mask with Jim Carrey? Definitely. See, and the thing with that is that Star Wars and Labyrinth specifically, they used a lot of practical effects, you know? So those like withstood the test of time because you could see them exactly, right? How many of Jim Carrey's movies did not age well? Right? Goodness. I'm going to adjust the sound so that we don't listen to the frogs. No, never mind. Broke density. Make that a little smaller. Watch 2012, the movie End of the World. I think... Is that the one with Tom Cruise? Or am I thinking of something else? That's War of the World. Dang, what? I'm gonna have to look that up. I can't remember it. Oh, no! Shoot. I meant to exit the frickin' up. I forget. I meant to exit the settings, not the game. Dang it! Okay. Yeah, see, that was released. The Tim Curry one. That one was released in like the early 90s, I think. And you're right, it's not scary now the same way. I mean, Tim Curry continues to be excellent in any role that he's cast in, so in that regard, he's fantastic. But this movie caused an uproar in the world that would end in 2012. See, and I probably have seen it. I'm just struggling to remember. Let me get my phone over it and look at it. Yes, he was, Marble. He was the Smog, and he sang the song too. Tim Curry is just a master of his art. I just gotta say. And that song unironically slapped. You know? There was no reason for it to go as hard as it did, and yet I wouldn't have had it any other way. Yeah, it definitely does. It definitely still slaps. All right. 2012 movie. John Cusack, Thandie Newton. See, yeah, this seems really familiar. I also know that I think it was actually Fern Gully that got Robin Williams noticed for Genie. If I remember my documentary stuff correctly. Oh, I made it small. I didn't want it to be like the sole focus. It's supposed to be like a a frog tank. If it's distracting, I can take it off. Or I can move it. I can also move it. Where would I move it though? I'm just gonna it's not as good with this one as it is with the tiny virtual cottage one. So I'll just leave it off for now. It's fine. Yeah. And he was gone way too soon. I cried when I found out of his passing. And I did a little recording from a song from one of his movies, Hook. There, a little girl sang "When You're Alone," and I sang that and I recorded it, and that was my tribute when he passed. Okay, yes, I absolutely remember this movie. I'm just 2012. I am just having a trouble. My brain wants to mix it with like a couple different disaster movies for some reason. I don't know why. But the cast looks super familiar. Yeah, my brain's trying to smash. Oh, Fab. Oh my goodness. You need to watch something with Robin Williams in it. Any of his movies are amazing, honestly. But if I had to pick a good one to watch to get an idea of him as a character actor, I would say Good Morning Vietnam or Dead Poet Society would be a good first one to watch. And then after that, literally anything. Good Will Hunting is another really good one. Yeah, I would, if I had to choose the order, I would say either Good Morning Vietnam or Dead Poet Society, and then Good Will Hunting, and then that one, which one? Oh my God, Patch Adams. Yes, Good Will Hunting, Patch Adams, maybe 1 Hour Photo. I'll give you one guess what the themes of Good Morning Vietnam are about. No, it's I think he's a military lad, and he gets that ends up being his job. Is he gets assigned the duty of the Jumanji? Oh my God, yes, Jumanji. See, now I just gotta do a rank video. I think is what I'm gonna have to do. Rank Robin Williams movies on an F to S tier. He gets Robin Williams' character, he's in the military, and his job assignment when he's in Vietnam is to do the radio, I believe. And then there's some drama elements as well. He's really funny. The thing about Robin Williams as an actor is he was a comedian first and foremost, but that was not his entire personality or skill as an actor. He was incredibly gifted and talented, and his passing was the result of him being diagnosed, if I remember right, with like Parkinson's or something similar. And he didn't take the diagnosis well, and he unfortunately took his life. Rest in peace, Robin. He was like such a huge presence in media for so much of my life, not just as a child, but also as a young adult. And he had actually been one of those bucket list people that I wanted to meet. But it was like he took his life because of his diagnosis. It wasn't because of any additional thing, as far as I understand. It really gutted him. His daughter, Zelda Williams, is also an actor and a musician, and every year, well, not every year, but she often speaks about him and who he was as a person and as an actor and as a father. His career had started declining near the end, mostly just because of the roles that he was being offered. I remember that. I remember that a few of them didn't get as much critical acclaim as they maybe deserved. But oh my god, so much of his... So we've got... Starred in critically acclaimed dramas The World According to Garp, Moscow on the Hudson, Awakenings, Insomnia, 1 Hour Photo, World's Greatest Dad, Toys, The Birdcage, Patch Adams, Hook, Mrs. Doubtfire, Jumanji, Jack. Oh, Jack was such a great movie. Flubber was another good one. RV, I remember watching that. Night at the Museum. That was actually, I think, one of his last films released. It was released posthumously, and one of the quotes from the movie was a really powerful in hindsight, in retrospect of his passing. Lewy body dementia, that's what it was. It wasn't Parkinson's, it was Lewy body dementia. I remember, yes, that's another really great one. And the thing about Mrs. Doubtfire as a film was, watching it then and watching it now. Kathy Wadey, Shane Warne. I'm gonna have to look that up. I don't think I've heard of Shane Warne. That might just be that I watch old movies. old in consideration that I was an 80s baby, so. Shane Warne. Baby. 80s baby, 90s kid. Australian cricketer. Okay. Yeah, I definitely would have never met this dude in anything that I watched. Yeah, Marble for sure. Lewy body dementia. I could swear that Bruce Willis has that also, maybe? I think that's right. My phone is getting a workout this morning. Bruce Willis. He has a different type of dementia. His is frontotemporal dementia. Yeah. Yeah. I need to shake off these sads, man. They're gonna make my whole day. But we got some sprints set up. I'm gonna try in vain to set up commands some more, tweak what I have. One of my bots For reasons unknown, the URL isn't showing up when it does things, so I need to figure out why it's doing that. And I realized yesterday when I was doing clips for highlights that there's this thing the clip automatically does called chapters, where it shows the transition from one activity to the next. So like most of the time I list my streams as just talking or just chatting rather than the games that I play, because the games that I play are typically independent games, and if I listed those as the games that I was playing, if I was playing a game in the middle of stream, most likely my channel wouldn't even be discovered, because the viewer count, the follow count on those games, since they're so small, they wouldn't even show up on people's screens. And I'm not even an affiliate at this point, so I need to stay in a category that gets enough what's the word? Impressions. That's the word. Impressions. Ah, technical jargon. Hooray. All right. We're gonna do. Yeah, boy. So, what'd you get, Ab? What did you get on your sandwich? What games do I play? I play a lot of different games. Give me a moment. I will pull up my most recent activity feed. Oh, bummer, Marble. So my most recent play it hard game has been a game called Floodland. And the reason that I got it was because I was told that, or there were reviews on it that said that it was very similar to a game called Frostpunk, which I also played hard for a very good chunk of time. Frostpunk is a steampunk alternative universe game where nuclear winter... Oh, I would never play COD. I'm sorry. I'm terrible at FPS games. I cannot do FPS to save me. My reaction response time is terrible, and I'm pretty sure my aim is also in the toilet. I've seen people play those games, though. I think I played COD 1 or something similar to COD once when I was still in high school. I've seen Chained Together. You know, if I'm able to get a copy of that game, and possibly a couple friends who also have a copy of that game, I might consider playing that on stream because it looks like a hoot. What? Oh my, hang on a second. No, I will never play FNAF. I've watched playthroughs of FNAF, but I wouldn't play FNAF. It's not my style. Here we go. So, Frostpunk is a city builder survival resource management game. I have watched the FNAF movie. I watched it pirate style because I have certain morals that made it difficult for me to actually provide any of the creators any of my money. Because Scott Coffin supports traditional marriage and stuff like that. So I watched a lot of Game Theory when it was ran by MatPat, because I supported MatPat as a creator. So I learned a lot about FNAF because of that. Yeah. And there's a lot of content creators who went hard for FNAF, and I support I support those content creators, but I didn't really want to support Scott Cawthon because of his ideologies and such. So I watched it pirate style. It was an okay movie. It didn't feel groundbreaking to me the way everybody thought the game was. And I'm not denying that the game itself isn't a good game / interesting game. The plot is interesting, the game style is interesting, the lore is interesting. Yeah, I'm not a huge jump scare fan. I think it's cheap. But considering the target audience of the game, I think it's right where it is for a reason. Yeah, I also run a potato. So Frostpunk is a big one for me. I also really love the Sid Meier's Civilization franchise. I was playing 6 pretty hard for a while. Let me see how many hours I have on record for it. 753 hours. So Civ 6 was 753 hours. I want to say when I was playing Skyrim on my console that I had definitely put in over 1,000 hours playing that game. Sims 4, I probably put in a couple thousand hours. But those are not indie games. The indie games that I enjoyed, like I said, was Frostpunk, and Floodland is the more recent one. There's a game called Cattails that is very similar in visual storytelling style as Stardew Valley, which is another great indie title. But it's about cats instead of people, cat colonies and stuff. Enjoy your sandwich, Bab. I'll see you when you come back, if you do decide to come back. I've also played a couple different simulation type games. There's one called Before We Leave, which I might play on stream one of these days. That is about like planet settling and building a city and resource management and stuff like that, and it's kind of cute. The little characters remind me of the little nubby things in the Game of Life board game. I forget what they're called, but they move around on the map and make little futzy noises. I also really wanted to play the storytelling one where it can change based on your choices. Why can't I think of the name? There's a few games that are like that. Frostpunk is definitely like that. Depending on the things that you unlock, it changes how the game mechanics work. One of the examples for that one is like based on how you utilize your worker force. You can choose whether or not to include children as part of your workforce, and if you decide to do it, there's 2 different ways. I haven't played Walking Dead the game, but I've seen people play it and it looks great. If you choose to put the children into like care rather than have them join the workforce, they can become apprentices to either the medical group or the engineering group, so they won't ever be put in direct harm's way. You need me to explore it? Yeah, okay. Second, my friend's spouse is in the back, and I don't want to expose him. So you can do that with the children as a workforce option, but you can also choose to put them into the workforce, and you can choose to put them in quote-unquote easy jobs, like gathering items, or Life is Strange. Oh yeah, for sure. You can have them be in gathering or in the cookhouse, or you can put them in regular jobs where they can work in like the mines, mining for resources, or anything like that. And what happens when you have children in your workforce in Frostpunk is because they're children, they don't have the same experience working as adults, and they are more prone towards accidents and injury. And if you try to do any sort of like extended shifts, they are usually the first ones who get injured and sometimes die because of having to work the extended shifts. So I can't handle that mentally and like morally. So usually when I play with children, if I have the choice, I always put them in care and have them be apprentices rather than have them work. If I don't have a choice, I usually will still selectively put them in places where they're least likely to get hurt. Just because I can't, like, mentally it upsets me. But I also understand that during the time period where children were often actually physically working, which wasn't even all that far along ago in our collective subconscious, like children still do work in like family businesses and on farms that are family owned. Like children still work, but there's all of this moral stuff attached to it. And also just like especially in the US government, we have specific laws because education is such an important thing, and in a lot of cases when you put a child to work, you're taking away their ability to go to school and to further develop mentally during the period of their lives where their brain is experiencing the most growth, the most maturation. So to take them away from that and focus them on something like physical work. Oh yeah, still the Midwest. I figured farming kind of falls into that for sure, but yeah, you're absolutely right. Yeah, so it's a game that helps you. Exactly, Marble. Exactly. So it's a really enjoyable game, but it's also like morally testing and emotionally testing because of what you experience as the omniscient director of the roles of the game, which is just really making me kind of want to play it on stream. The only problem is because I run a potato, it has a bit of a drain on my game, on my rig. So I always worry that if I play it, I'm going to drop frames like crazy. I might have to save that for when I have a better rig. But if y'all are interested in watching me play Frostpunk and or Floodland, I would absolutely do that. They're really enjoyable games for me. Yes. 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 Heavy machinery. Yeah, exactly. But it's an enjoyable game, for sure. It's enjoyable and it's hard. Oh my god. There were a couple different times where I was put in a time limit. Like I had to evacuate the city before the generator core exploded. And, you obviously have to decide who you are going to send out of the city first. The children, the injured. That's another thing that you have to handle is like how you handle work safety. If you do not treat your workforce with a certain amount of safety, there's a possibility that they could experience amputations, which either makes them unable to work, or you have to research the technology to give them prosthetics, etc., etc. Welcome back, Z. So it becomes challenging. But it's in its own way, even though the game itself is stressful, it's not a cozy game. It's not a cozy game, to say the least. But that being said, I enjoy how, yeah, I enjoy those decisions. And there's also a sandbox version that just kind of goes, where you can play it in two ways. You can play it kind of like the semi-relaxed way, or you can play it until you ultimately fail your people and die. What a game. I'm getting the sense that Floodland isn't as intense as that, and they have like a law tree where you make decisions on how you want the new civilization to experience and evolve. And I remember looking at the tree and seeing that same-sex marriage was an option on the laws. So I'm looking forward to exploring that game in its fullest. I just played a little indie game called Beak and Breakfast, which is about a bed and breakfast that is based in the bird population in a tree, and you have to make the breakfast items for the people who are staying. The art style is so cute. I can't stand it. It's so cute. But for reasons I don't understand, it's like an 8 gigabyte game. Maybe it's because of the art style. I don't know. But like, I wasn't expecting it to run so hard on my computer. So I wasn't really able to do that and have a bunch of other windows open. Yeah, Beak and Breakfast. Let me type it out. If you have... Oh, no, not Beak and Breakfast. Bed and Beak Fest. Let me see if I can find the Steam link for that real quick. Where is it? But I had so much fun playing it. It was rather short, but it was great. I think I finished it in like less than 2 or 3 hours. I do see Calico. It's in my wish list. I'm really interested in playing it. Yes, hard disk. I don't know. It ran hot. I'll show you later. Hang on, I gotta go to the store page and then that'll get me the link. I'm really interested to test the board game. But the game, I guess the computer game, the Steam game, is based on the board game. It looks so. If a game has a cat in it, you can bet your ass that I want it. Like that's the truth. I love cats. I love cats. I love every kind of cat. That's me. That's me as a person. That's me as a human being. And I want all of the cat games. So, I've got a bunch of them. So Spouse got me a cat cafe simulator game called Cat Cafe Manager, and I've been playing that as well, and I really enjoy that. So I'll be playing that. I'll be playing that on stream. I played it very briefly. There's a highlight reel that has me playing it, and Cozy asked me what's the point of the game, and I was like, I don't know. I just enjoy playing it. It's fun. The point of the game is to make the best cat cafe ever. That's the point. There's a little visual story novel that I think was free or very, very little in funds. I want to say maybe less than $3 if it wasn't free. It was called Cateau, Cateau. I might play that on stream because apparently there's multiple endings. I got the perfect ending the first run because that's just how I go. Loveburb, Loveberb, is another bird-based game. It's a rhythm game where you are I want to say a robin or a finch or something, and you have to use a game similar to like Grindr, where you date other birds, and some of the characters are hilarious. And I only just went past like the first dates on the ones that are available, so I gotta keep going. I really am interested in how that goes. And last discussion before I actually start the Pomo, because apparently I don't know how to stop talking. The last one that I have been enjoying playing is Inbento, Inbento. It's a puzzle game based around cats and sushi. So the cat parent makes bento boxes for the kitten where you have to make the bento boxes appear a certain way, so you have to move the pieces around. You head now? Okay, I love you. Have a good trip. Drive safely. Have fun with the kiddos. Have peace before you go. Camera's off. Haven't turned it back on. Peace. Love you. I'm gonna put the camera back on now. I played Stray and I cried like a baby. I cried like a baby. Marvel. For two reasons. One, because of that one reason, which we all know, and I don't want to spoil the game for anybody who hasn't played it yet, but the other reason was because you never see the kitty get back with its clouder. You don't see the kitty get back with its clouder, and I can't handle that. There's no resolution for me. I need that closure. I need that closure. It's too much. And I saw somebody make a video where they basically took the video stuff from the beginning of the game and they played it in reverse as a way to make it so the kitty reconnects with this clouder, and I was like, headcanon accepted. Oh my god, it was so great. And there are so many amazing like Easter eggs in that game also. Like, it's a really enjoyable game. I got like 99.9% completion because I missed one thing, so I might go back and replay it just to get that thing. Oh, I think I didn't go through one of the areas without having to kill any of the little critter things, so I didn't get that either. I'm a little bit of a completionist, I'm not gonna lie. If there are achievements, I have to achieve them. Otherwise the game is never fully complete for me. Okay, spouse has headed out to go see the children. He will be gone for a while. And I have 3 more hours of stream. So, let me go ahead and get us going on some sprints. I think 30 minutes is a good one. If it pleases the chat, I can do 15s and 5s instead. You would rather do short sprints rather than medium sprints. Or we could do 45-minute 15s, 45 minutes and then 15 minutes break. What sounds good for y'all? I usually aim for the middle because it's a nice compromise between the two. The 15s can feel a little fast and the 45s can feel a little long, but either way is good. Okay for it. Okay. Oh, I gotta remember. Hang on, let me just do that right now. Where is it? Color source. Chat. Full screen. No, not the. Oh my god. Hang on. Just had to go all the way, huh? Nope. I have to adjust the opacity. Put that behind. Do it. Put that behind the text. Make it a different color because white on white will not work. What? Damn it! Back here. There we go. And then we change the color to, let's just do yellow. That's probably fine. Change the opacity. To what is that? 10? That one. That way when chat comes on screen, it doesn't get lost in the background. Image too much. Oh, that's not gonna work. It's gotta be a darker color. Okay.
That's fine. We can do darker.
Yeah, that works. I'll fiddle with it some more later, but that will work for now. Actually, no. I can't handle it. It's gotta be now. And the color needs to be darker. Let's do 20. 11. Come on. Oh, 30? Why do I feel like it's not getting darker? Hang on. Come on, dang it. There we go. I know. Right as I'm trying to. Not done. That's fine. That's fine. Okay. Let's do this thing. I'll put my mic on mute and let's get going. All right, first grade.
Make sure you give yourself a little stretch.
Oh, I'm gonna move my camera. Put the chat there. Move it. Good spot, I think. Yeah. I'm pretty sure I have not taken my meds yet. So I might need to, that is something I know I need to do. I need to refill my pill box. Yeah, it is. That is 100% correct, Marble. I had weight loss surgery last September, so I'm coming up on my 1 year. And one of the things that they encourage you to do is to carry a water bottle with you at all times because of the change in your anatomy. Dehydration is a lot more frequently possible. So they want you to drink X amount of water a day, and they want you to always have water on you and to take frequent small sips. And of course, because I have ADHD and because I am easily distracted at most times, if not all times, I am terrible about remembering to do things like not just take meds, but also like keep any sort of schedule, keep any sort of routine. To the point where I feel like I wish I had somebody to nag me, but also I know if I had someone to nag me, there would be the risk of resistance. There's a term for it, but I can't remember what it is. But it's like somebody tells you to do something that you're already planning to do, and you're like, well, now I'm not gonna. I used to experience that really bad as a child. So it's like, yes, I need a nag, but I also need the nag to be super gentle with me. Which is why this has been so helpful, like surprisingly helpful, because even more so than my phone. Because I used to lean really heavily on my phone. But I used to get to the point where I would just ignore the alarms. Like I knew the alarms were coming and I'd be like, no, I don't want to do that. But this has like a little vibration feature and it'll pop up on the screen. So my wrist will vibrate and be like, oh, you need to drink some water. Okay, and I'll drink the water. Something about this has been so much more efficient than phone. However, I'm still really bad at a couple things, even so. Yep. Tell me not to, and I want to. Tell me to do it, and I won't want to do it. Exactly. It's an impulse thing. I do know that I also, in addition to having the ADHD, I have OCD. Not nearly as intense as maybe some people have it. But to the point where it's like, I have to have things a certain way or I hyper-focus. A Tamagotchi for your health. I love that. I love that. And it completely derailed me. What was I saying? Certain activities I still struggle doing, like doing the daily care things, like washing my face, brushing my teeth, etc. Like I still am not super great at those. And I also have to tell myself often that to be nice to myself about it and not like shaming myself or making myself feel bad, like, because I'm not the only person. That's what I've discovered. I'm not the only person who has a trouble with keeping those things, and I'm not broken because of it. I spent my whole childhood thinking that something was wrong with me and that nobody would want to be around me and stuff. Not realizing that I had ADHD. Having a pretty good idea, because I think I was pre-diagnosed by a school counselor. And I talked about this one time before, but maybe not on stream. I know I remember talking with somebody about it, but the counselor, this was back in the early 90s, counselor said, there's a possibility you have ADHD. Said it to my mom, and my mom's like, oh yeah, totally. Okay, Mom. What are you gonna do about it? Nothing. Accommodate me in the weird... Yeah, thank you, Marble. Accommodate me in the weirdest way. Like, I was an overly friendly child who had a serious case of the wiggles and could not sit still and had to go having something to do, having to have an activity or talking to people or just being active. I could not just chill. Chill was not in my vocabulary. But I was a very sweet-tempered, sweet-natured child. I didn't really throw that many tantrums because I had a terrible shame complex instilled in me by my male parent. So I was shy when I wasn't outgoing, which is a terrible oxymoron. Yeah, exactly, Mom, just like moms. But I realized looking back at my schooling and the way I was treated as a child, like, accommodations were made for me without addressing why the accommodations were made. Like, because I was a distraction, I was usually put at the back of the class, but I was visited by the teacher enough to keep me on task, I want to say. But that was also kind of a mixed bag because we moved all the time when I was a kid. Like, every year or so, every school year we moved. So I had a different teacher, so I had a difficult time. I was behind on most things because we kept moving all the time and there was no consistency. And, you know, in hindsight, I know the reason for that also has to do with the fact that my shitty male parent also probably has ADHD. Exactly, Marble, you get it. Very social, distracts others, bright and intelligent, etc., etc. Bit of a class clown. I was really bullied also because of my dead name. So, womp womp. So I also got shyer as the years went on because I could not handle negative attention. Negative attention made me uncomfortable. I mean, understandably, it makes everyone uncomfortable, but I cry very easily. And as soon as you show any reaction, the children are like hyenas. They will hunt you relentlessly until you are dead. And that was my childhood, was getting ridiculed and mocked and stuff a lot by my peers. I don't even want to call them my peers because they were not my peers. We were not friends. Everybody's, oh, I love school. I miss being in school. No, I could not wait until I was done with school. I hated everyone. I did not want to be at school. I did not like my name, and so on and so on and so on. And we are back into another sprint. I'm gonna quit yapping. I'm gonna leave my camera on this time. We'll talk more in a minute. If it's a quick question, I can answer it quick. What's up? I don't want you to forget. You have to do it in the back end. So you have to go into the coffee website and go in from there. If you need me to, I can show you later. But you should be able to find it. It'll have a string. You have to connect it to your string key, etc. So, and then there'll be like a tester and stuff like that. Obviously, I'm gonna need to fix Nightbot. That's fine. Yes, his name is Charlie. We've talked about Charlie. zombie buddy is being a wiggly antsy. Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. Hey, Bow, welcome back. Bab, not Bow. Sorry. I was thinking about Bow. Excuse me. I'm gonna make myself some tea in a little bit. But not bao. Bao is a delicious Chinese steamed bun. To wait for them to open. Yes. Going to guess that they must have been a good one for you to be so patient. Coffee, 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 coffee. I was taking a check through the members of the Discord channels I'm in to see if there are any folks streaming right now. I am a little eepy for sure. I don't normally get up very early. I'm trying really hard to restructure my sleeping patterns. So that's part of the reason that I have morning streams, is to try and incentivize that for myself, but still means I yawn a lot. Also, I'll come. Are you talking to me or are you talking to Marble? About my name. About my handle. But I also have sleep apnea and restless leg, all other things. My delay. Oh, camera delay and my voice. That's probably because I'm dropping frames. Yes, so the story behind my handle. Alrighty, I might have mentioned this in a different stream, but I don't mind retelling it. Probably till the day I die. So my cat doesn't knock over every single empty soda can on my spouse's desk shared next to mine. My handle, Wayward Bard. When I was a young warthog, I learned a little bit about my cultural heritage from my parents. Because as a person born in the United States of America, we live in a society of mixed heritage. People who are quote-unquote Americans, people who are born here. I hope you were gonna catch that. People who are born here typically are not indigenous to the Americas. They're usually children of immigrant parents, however many times removed from when they immigrated here. So because of that, we kind of have this amalgamous melting pot culture. And a lot of white people, of which I am a member, don't really have cultural heritage the same way. A lot of our cultural rituals and holidays and stuff like that are based more around secular religion, sometimes non-secular religion, and how in like regional stuff in some cases, but a lot of it is borrowed from indigenous people, which is why there's a lot of conflict often with regards to cultural appropriation and things like that. It's a lot of stuff. And it's something that I've been very strongly passionate about since learning about the injustice of cultural appropriation at a young age. So, learning about my cultural heritage, I wanted to bring that into my life more. Because while I am a white people, I'm also there's also traces of where that white people comes from. So it's not just the umbrella term of it, but I also like my cultural heritage is primarily um, UK and Eastern European, with a little bit of Western European mixed in. Like, I'm pretty sure I have some French in me somewhere, but it's a very small amount. There's German, there's Irish, there's um, English, there's Lithuanian, Russian, Ukrainian, um, Slovakian, I think, a couple other things. And I haven't done a genetic testing kit or anything like that. This is purely from the research standing. But like the two big ones are English and Eastern European, specifically Lithuanian. Yeah, you get it. But I learned about the English side before really knowing anything about the Lithuanian side. That came later. Um, and because of that, because of learning that, I became absolutely engrossed in Celtic mythology and Celtic culture and food and language. I wanted to learn uh, Irish Gaelic, but I didn't have a teacher, and the amount of stuff that was made available at my library wasn't sufficient enough to really learn thoroughly enough. So I never really chased that as far as I could have gone. Lithuanian, I'm trying to learn, but it's a very complicated language, as one of the oldest still living languages. But getting back, so loved Celtic stuff, loved learning about it, the mythology and all of that. And one of the things that I learned about really early were bards. Bards were considered carriers of the oral tradition and history and um, just daily goings on. And they were traveling people. They would go from uh, village to village, town to town, etc., and share stories and news and all of that. And as I had mentioned a little earlier, my family moved around a lot when I was a child, so I became really familiar with that sense of having to tell my story everywhere I went. So I became really attached to the tradition slash title of bard. And this was before I learned that it was also a character class in like D&D. I didn't have exposure to D&D until I was much, much later. D&D being the short for Dungeons and Dragons, which is a tabletop game. I also learned in college and high school about William Shakespeare, who was often given the misnomer of the Bard of Avalon because of his penchant to just creating stories and sharing them with the masses. I did become really involved in music and storytelling and theater and all of that as I was growing up. So it all kind of became a big part of who I was as a person. I am a performer. I am a character. I like to tell stories. I like to talk. It's a whole thing. So I went by just the Bard, Thebeard, with the appropriate capitalization. My cat has the zoomies. Really early, like as soon as I got past the initial 12-year-old username when you first get online sort of thing, I started going by the Bard or Bard. And there was a time later on where I discovered another term called being the Tinkers, the people who were traveling merchants basically in Ireland, because Ireland is another big portion of the Celtic heritage. And when I was researching that, I came upon the word gypsy. So I started using that, not realizing that the Romani culture was a lot more attached to the term. And because I'm not Romani, at least not to my understanding, I got a lot of pushback from the Romani cultural tradition. Exactly. You get it, Marble. You do. I'm gonna pause that next print because I want to keep discussing this really quick because I'm not done saying it. So I stopped going by Gypsian, which was the next name choice that I went through for a while. So I bounced between Bard and Gypsian for a while until I came back to Bard, and then I added Wayward to Bard because of a couple things. One, there's a really amazing song that talks about being the person, specifically the son of the family who's always kind of learning about themselves. Maybe I'll sing it at some point on stream. And another is just the term itself. Be a wayward person. To be wayward folk. You're kind of off the beaten path. You're not following the norms, the traditions of everyone around you. You're kind of going on your own way. That came later. Z. I will admit that. That came later. I actually used Wayward Bard way before that show made that song particularly famous. It was extra funny though, because I got that a lot once people started asking me about it. They're like, oh, you must be a fan of Supernatural. Well, yes, I am, / was. But that's not why I chose the name that I did. It had more to do with the song / the meaning behind the word. I am a performer who has spent most of their life kind of adrift. Moving around a lot, never really setting roots down. Always performing. Feeling at home when I perform. And that's more or less the story behind my name. I got my handle from a character from a movie. From an Indian funny movie saga called Hera Peri. One of the main characters' name is Baburao. Baburao. Not Bauer. Baburao. Yeah. It's kind of a similar thing. We find handles, we find misnomers for ourselves that define us as people. It's kind of like a self-naming. Baburao. Baburao. Jesus Christ. Baburao is funny in weird and dumb ways because he doesn't know how stuff works sometimes and basically is dumb. I hope you don't think of your... Sorry, Rachel, him like I'm dumb and sometimes I make funny jokes. You're not dumb, Bab. Come on. I was a play at elementary school. We would have been besties, I think. Marble, I think we would have been besties. For sure. And that's also something that I've noticed about people who kind of build themselves online communities. Is that we have a lot of similarities. Like, we're all kind of cut from the same cloth. And, like, before I knew the term normies, that would be how I would have classified it. There's people who use the internet and become friends with people and all that. And then there's the people who very rarely, if ever, use the internet for more than maybe email. And that gap is quickly diminishing as our world becomes more and more dependent on technology. But there was definitely a time where you could tell who would go on, like, Funny or Die website or other similar websites as that. Because they had that kind of humor, you know? And you could tell the the memes in your social circles based on who used the computers and internet a lot and who didn't. Because memes have always been a thing, but it's definitely more noticeable now that that technology has become so prevalent. Yeah, I get that from Azzy too. So, Marble, Bab wants to know the story behind your name. Don't let your memes be memes. Yes! For sure. I'm just having a mandarin, don't mind me. Having another mandarin. I hear that. I hear that, Marble. As the internet has gotten bigger, I've found a couple times that was part of the reason. Well, that's also part of the reason that I had to add something to Bard, because Bard kept being taken by everywhere I went. So I had to add to it to make it more unique. Bab thought baby Marble lost their marbles. You know, Marble, if you wanted to add a fun story to your username, you could absolutely reference the scene in Hook where Thudbutt is talking to Peter about Toodles. I want to say it was Toodles. Toodles is always saying at the beginning of the film, he's like, I lost my marbles, and everybody jokes and is like, oh yeah, because he's nuts, you know, he's a little kooky, he's a little crazy. But then Thudbutt's like, these are his happy thoughts, and he pulls them out, and it's just a bag of marbles, and Peter says he really did lose his marbles, and Thud's like, yeah, he lost them good. Which was a great little scene. That would be absolutely a fun, yeah, exactly. That would be a fun way to add character to your story if you really wanted to fib about it. but being unable to remember, unable to find a username because everybody else has taken everything is 100% real. And I could never get behind. Well, that's hard to say. I can't say I never got behind people who would add like numbers to their handles. Because I know with sports especially, numbers become like a big deal. Like your favorite runner is number 7, you know? Exactly. So maybe you get into the habit of adding the number 7 to all of your handles because you like this athlete from this team that has this number. I get that. It's a very common thing in Seattle, Washington, which is where I used to live at one point in my life. The number 12, the 12th man, it's a whole meme for Seattle. Everybody adds 12 to everything. Those are from Seattle. Oh, what is 7 in Indian culture, Bab? Is there a good or a bad to it? You make the dead icon, so I think that may be something bad. I hope not, but you get the idea. They say seedless mandarins, but then you find 3 or 4 seeds in them. That is a lie. That is false advertising. There's a cricketer in India whose name is Dhoni. Whenever Indian team wins, everyone says Thala for a reason. So Thala is Dhoni's nickname. Is Thala the number 7 in Indian? And I shouldn't say Indian because that's probably not what the dialect is actually called. Sala for a reason. Okay, got it. Yep. That's how we got cozy. And we say Z instead of Zed because Zed is from Men in Black. And cozy is not Zed for sure. Oh my god, I love Mandarin so much. Another quick little story before we get back into the last sprint and then back to our book. Everyone says Sala for a reason. Yep, because it becomes that word association thing for sure. When I was about, I want to say, that's fair. That's fair, cozy. When I was about 12 or 13 or something along those lines, my sister decided to make an orange Julius for me when we were at home because she wanted some, so she made extra and she gave it to me. For whatever reason, I reacted really poorly physically to having it. My throat got really, really scratchy and I couldn't speak very well. And I sounded very hoarse for a couple days after. So I just became under the impression that I must be allergic to citrus fruit. And anytime, excuse me. Wow. Big burps, sorry. After that, anytime I had lemons or limes or oranges or anything like that, my body always reacted poorly. So I thought, that must be the case. That must be what's wrong. Yeah, exactly. So everybody, I told everybody, like, I'm allergic to citrus. Please make sure when you give me things that they don't have citrus in them because I can't have them because my body would always react to them. Fast forward to about 6 years ago, I want to say, I finally had an allergy test. Turns out I'm not allergic to citrus at all. So this entire time, I have been sleeping on lemonade and strawberry lemonade and lemon meringue pie and key lime pie and all these other things that are literally the tastiest. I don't know. It remains a mystery. I do not know why my body reacted that way. It's possible that I literally just caught a cold and my brain just attached it to me having this orange Julius that my sister made. I think maybe she might have been sick and maybe when she made it, she didn't wash her hands because she was a kid, like 9 years old or something like that, when she did it. But yeah, I spent so many years of my life thinking that I was allergic to citrus and strawberries because I wasn't. I wasn't actually allergic to those things. So I missed out on a lot. And I feel like I'm making up for it now by every time there's something available that it has lemon or lime or orange, not grapefruit though, because that does affect medication. But all of these other things, I get them as often as I can because of that. I especially like this very specific drink that's available at specific drive-thru restaurants here in my home state that are frozen strawberry lemonades. And every time I have the opportunity to get one of those, I do. They're like $1.25 at this one restaurant drive-thru. Sometimes I'll get 2 or 3 of them, which is probably not super good for me because of the amount of sugar in them. I'm assuming anyway. But it might not be as bad. It might be just the sugar in the lemonade itself, but the strawberries don't have any added sugar. Either way, now I have to look it up and see what the freaking... Hang on a second. Now it's gonna bug me if I don't know. Give me a sec. But yeah, so... Definitely not sleeping on citrus-related things anymore. Including mandarins. I love mandarins. I used to when I thought I was allergic. Every time we were in the store, I would go up to the fruit in the produce section and scratch on the peels because I love the smell of orange essential oils so much. Farmer's Market by me does fresh squeezed super sugary lemonade, and the whole corner of the park smells like lemons. And I need it when I walk by. Yeah, that's... Yeah. Crazy how that works. Alright. I'll look it up real quick on their nutritional facts part of their website and see how much added sugar, if any, is in it. I'm gonna say there's gonna be at least a little because of the lemonade. I doubt that they make it with, like, non-nutritive sweetener. Let's see. Yeah, do so. Go for it. You can always open another window and do it at the same time. Just put me down on volume 1 if you need to, and put yourself in alert. It's all good, damn. Thank them again for coming by yesterday, because that was delightful, even though they didn't say very much. Alright, let's see. Got the menu. Nutritional facts open. Scrolly, scrolly, scrolly to the bottom. Let's see. House-made lemonade. Strawberry lemonade. We've got 230 kcal. There is... possibly 20? Yeah, 20 milligrams of sodium, 62 grams of carbohydrates. That's a bummer. 58 grams of sugar. So, I should be more careful drinking too many of those. That is a significant amount of sugar and carbohydrates that I should be, even though the way I think of it with the carbohydrates in the lemonade, because they're blending the whole fruit. So I probably don't have to be too upset about frozen lemonade because of the fact that they're blending the whole fruit. Like, the carbs are not, there are some net carbs in there. I could probably email them and ask about that. I'm kind of curious now. Anyway. Getting back to our last sprint, and then we will start doing some reading. Sounds like it needs to be diluted. You would, yeah, but also no. Like, I feel that would ruin the drink. But yeah, if I was a person who partook in spirits, adding a spirit to it would be a delightful thing. Now limoncello would probably be bussin'. I'm not gonna lie. That would probably really amp up flavor. Okay. Bringing that over here. Putting on our last sprint. And putting myself back on mute. Feel free to chat amongst yourselves while we get to this last bit. right. How was everybody's sprints? Did you get a lot accomplished? I am looking for some of the famous works of fellow bards over the ages. I do have... Yes! Yes, Marvel. It's a whole method. The reason they call it Pomodoro is because it uses the imagery, iconography of the tomato shaped egg timer that you would use when you were cooking eggs or in the kitchen. The idea being for every 15 minutes of work or sprint, you have 5-minute break, and that can go up in increments like I did with 30 and 10. So 15 minutes 5, 30 10, 45 15, etc. You do at least 3 if you can, and then you do a longer break. I used it a whole lot in college. It was super helpful for me, and I have used it in my adulthood less frequently, but I'm trying to work on it more because I definitely... That and microtasking, which is when you take a project and you break it down in digestible little chunks. Like, I need to clean my entire kitchen would be the big task, right? Breaking it down into the micro pieces would be, I need to clean my stove top, I need to sweep, I need to whatever, and breaking it down into little pieces. So maybe you don't finish the entire kitchen, but you finish parts of it, so you can still feel accomplishment. All these tricks that we do to our brains to make them more functional. But yeah, I've been doing Pomodoro for a little while, and it helps me stay on task. I also use other task apps to help with that. Like, I got introduced to one the other day specifically for the phone. I think it's called... Yeah, look at that. Exactly. I think it's called Forest, as in looking at the forest for the trees or something along that whole terminology. And there is a add-on you can use to attach it if you use like Firefox. I think maybe they do the other ones too, but the idea is you put your device down and it grows a tree. Over the course of time, you end up having several trees, so it becomes a forest. As incentive to keep you from touching your devices. So if you go to dinner with somebody and you don't want to spend the whole time looking at your phone, you put on Forest, put the phone down, and you could see the tree growing. And if you interrupted it, you would not get the finished tree. The tree would fall down or cease to exist. The app is especially great because I guess they really genuinely plant trees in real life for everybody who uses the app in hours or something like that, which I think is awesome. But I think that's actually... Hang on a second. I want to look because I have a feeling... Exactly. It takes a lot of practice for some people, though. Like, I know a lot of people use their phones for, as a stim thing, you know? Or if they find themselves being extra... Thank you, though. Having extra awkwardness and stuff like that, they go into their phones as a way to battle that, but... Or they have to have information. Like, I'm one of those people that if somebody asks me a question, I don't know the answer. I'm in my phone immediately trying to find the answer. What do you want, Charlie? Exactly. So I guess there's a term that people use attached to Pomodoro just called focus. So they'll turn it on so that when they're doing their Pomodoro, it blacklists a bunch of stuff, or in some cases whitelists if you have too many things. Like, you use it and it prevents you from being able to do all the things that you could potentially distract yourself with. The same people who made the Forest app / add-on also made one called Sleepy Town, which helps you to not use your phone when you should be sleeping. You build a town while you're in the process of doing that, which I thought I did have at one point, and I ended up uninstalling it, not because I wasn't enjoying using it, but because my phone, just like my computer, is a potato and can't run a lot of stuff. So I have to choose what things I can use and what things I can't. I hope one day I can afford a nicer computer and phone that have more space or RAM or GPU or CPU or whatever, so that I can have more things on them, because tell you what, I just need stuff. Just need stuff all the time. The part where it's doing a thing if you can stay away makes me want it. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. So let me get the stuff for Forest and Sleepy Town. If I can find it. Yeah. Here we go. Here is the one for Forest. Here is the one for Sleepy Town. I don't know why. Oh, I know why. Never mind. There's the one for Sleepy Town. Another great one. This one's more of a self-care one. Let's see if I can remember what it's called. I'm not using it as much as I should. It's constantly yelling at me to do it more, but I don't. Kinder World. So, Kinder World. What do you want, Char Char? What do you want, babe? Oh, he wants food. He has food. Why are you yelling at me for food? You have food. You little turd. If you do get Kinder World, totally let me know, because then I can add you to my garden. There's one more. This one a friend of mine has. I didn't end up keeping it. Yes. I'm talking about phone apps to help people focus and take care of themselves and such. This one is called Finch. And there was one more. I was a beta tester for it, but I'm trying to remember what it's called. I think I remember, like, the mascot was like a koala bear. Oh, what was it called? Pocket Cotto. There we go. So I'm gonna have to list all of these on my About page, I think. Going to switch. Oh, buddy, you need to tell me your handle so that I can add you to my garden. Correct. I would think so also. I don't know why they called it Cato or Kato. I think there is like a relationship app that's based on avocados. Ooh. Update. Got some points. Huzzah. Let me do a quick before we switch gears for anybody who hasn't had a chance to get Spirit City. So this little dude right here, he's one of my companions. I've got a whole bunch of them. And they all have their own little information stories about them and stuff. This is the default one that you get at the beginning, named Lenny. He's got a third eye because he's a spirit cat. A spirit wow. I can make words with my mouth face. He's a shape-shifting cat spirit. Here's his little story. This is Lenny, a shape-shifting cat spirit, although come to think of it, I don't know if they were originally a cat or if it's just their preferred form. I suppose I'll have to ask one of these days. Lenny goes by the pronouns he/they. After transferring here as a part of the Spiritographer exchange program, Lenny greeted me as I stepped off the train. They've been assigned to be my guide around the city, and they have also been helping me with my spiritography studies. Lenny has become an invaluable friend, and I couldn't imagine a better companion for my studies in Spirit City. Then we've got Goopy. Have you ever thought to yourself that your desk looks a little cleaner, even though you swore you didn't tidy it? You might have a Goopy to thank for that. This gelatinous spirit travels across flat surfaces, sucking up dust, crumbs, and loose objects to digest later. Despite their viscous appearance, Goopies leave no residue, so many people welcome having one in place of a vacuum. Just be careful where you leave your stapler, because this ooze's diet does not discriminate. And obviously, staplers are important. Then we have Dust Bunny. Legend has it that dust bunnies emerge from the accumulation of dust balls nestled in forgotten corners. Yet in my research, I've found a more mundane truth. These tiny spirits have evolved to cloak their fur with the hues of dust, camouflaging them from humans. Under the cover of night, dust bunnies hunt for various bits and bobs that have been discarded around the bedrooms, such as paper clips and buttons. They treasure their found trinkets, becoming quite possessive, which would explain why you can't find your left sock. I know, look at that dopey face. So great. Then we have Early Burb. When the sun rises, so do early burbs. With their sun ray-like feathers and positive demeanor, these birds thrive in the early hours of the morning. While not often seen by humans, you will likely hear their energetic chirps as soon as the sun rises above the horizon. In my research, I have noticed that some other spirits tend to avoid early burb. Perhaps not all spirits share their enthusiasm for the mornings. I find their upbeat nature and enthusiastic melodies quite invigorating. I haven't needed my morning coffee when it is around. Then we have, this one's a great one. This one's called Hedgelog, because it looks like a little log of wood, with its little spikies looking like fire. I've learned these spirits are called hedgelogs, a solitary type of spirit that is drawn to extreme heat. Hedgelogs will wander until they find an active fire to nestle in, and then will settle there amongst the logs, excitably waiting for their next chance to be lit on fire. Huh. In fact, they are often not discovered until months or even years after they've taken up residence in someone's furnace or campfire. if they're ever even spotted at all. Sorry, 1 second. I am having trouble reading what you said, Cozy. Oh, I'll help you with that in a minute. I'll help you with that. I also really love, if you couldn't tell, I love the absolute nerdy ass puns that this game gives to its little critters. Now we have arachnid. Arachnid. In Spirit City, finding a web spun of yarn in your attic means you're sharing your home with an arachnid. These crocheted cuties are drawn to homes that are full of creativity. If you're lucky enough to attract one, you'll want to do everything you can to keep it around. They spin beautiful threads of endless yarn to entice smaller spirits into their webs. Don't worry, once they've knitted them a toasty sweater, they send a small spirit on their way. Having an arachnid as a pal means you never run out of knitting supplies. I'm sorry, but I love that, and I want to make one. I might end up making one as one of my projects once I get any good at either knitting or crochet or both. I want to do both, but that's not. I'm gonna get on a tangent if I start on that. Chapter pillar. We might have to do co-streams or something, Marble. We might have to do that. Chapter pillars are some of the best companions you could ever want. For all those cozy sessions, curling up with a good book. That's because their antennae glow with a gentle light that's perfect for illuminating the text, even in the darkest of nights and thunderstorms. Just be warned, because they are voracious and impatient readers themselves. They have a pesky habit of nudging people's hands to turn to the next page, even if you're not caught up yet. I personally identify with Chapter Pillar. I'm not denying that, because I have definitely read over people's shoulders if I see they're reading a book that I'm interested in more than once. And I've known people do it on like airplanes and long bus trips too, so I think it's extra funny. Yep, and that too. One more chapter. Then we have Moonpaw, who is clearly based on a husky / Malamute dog design. Holy crap, what a cutie. When the wind howls during a full moon, it is said to foretell the coming of a ferocious hound. I have determined that this is greatly exaggerated. Moonpaws are cute and anything but ferocious. Nocturnal spirits may be common, but Moonpaw is the only one I've encountered that seems to draw its strength from the moon itself. I've observed that its energy level seems to be tied to the lunar cycles. When the moon is out and unobstructed, it loves playing, chasing balls, and going for walks in the wee hours. While a loyal companion, brace for the night of the full moon. Brace yourself for a rambunctious puppy. Very cute little doggo. And I will show you when we go to do a wardrobe change in a minute. There are skins available for all of your little guys if you want to change how they look, and some of them are based on some pretty recognizable types of coloring. Then we have Drizzlefin. Look at those eyeballs. It's like those really fancy goldfish. Gigantic eyes. Bombastic side eye. People and spirits alike tend to avoid. I will help you with that in a second, Z. Give me a second. I'll do it after I help do this one, and then I'll continue. People and spirits alike tend to avoid Drizzlefin whenever spotted. Their tear blue coloration and big watery eyes make them look like they are barely holding back from crying. And schools of Drizzlefin are even said to precede events of great misfortune. But after close-hand observation, I believe it to be the exact opposite, that they might have the prescient sense for heartache and instinctively gather around those who have just suffered a tragedy or loss to put them at ease. Okay. Opening up Kinder World. Turning up the brightness of my computer screen because it is dark. Beep, 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 beep. Come on. Stop falling asleep. Loading, loading, loading. Ah, come on, dang it. My blur is making it not want to work. Okay, okay. So we go to the gear shape in the top right corner. Really quick to make sure that we are all signed in. That's right. Now I have to remember where it is. I want to say... My watch just yelled at me. Hang on. Everything is happening at once. Oh my lordy. Because they've also, like, updated a couple times since I last used it. I think it's under, when you're on the main screen, the little middle icon which looks like a map, and then it's the bottom left that looks like a garden box. Pulling that up now to see. Yes, there we go. And then you click on your little flower pot at the bottom. It'll tell you your presenting name on the app. It'll tell you the name of the plant. In my case, it's the fringe lily. And then there's a alphanumeric code in the middle. And that is your garden plot code. So my garden plot code is the letter WFX, the number 9, the letter V, and the number 7. So WFX 9V7. And if this is going to be something that I share with a lot of everybody, I should probably change it so it's not trying to protect myself just a little bit. You know me IRL? No, you don't. We do not speak. Where is that updating? Got it, maybe. Oh, shut up. That is so cute. No. Do not fall for the microtransactions. Don't do it. I know you want to, but don't. On the one hand, though, microtransactions that support independent developers, like, I do support that. I do support supporting independent developers, and I would dare say that the Kinder World is made by independent developers. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, they are based out of Australia. And I have 2 people presently in my garden. And I think 3 pots that have been fully grown. They don't have a ton of plant watering plants that you raise / water. They don't have a lot of variance at this time because they're still in development. What are the ones that I have? I'm going to look now. I have 2 Monstera. One that's really, 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 really lush and has a different colored leaf. And one that was my beginner one, which is less developed. And then the one that I'm working on right now is a... Where are you? What are you? What are you called? Gotta look in the thingy. Where's the... Where is it? There it is, the plant cards. It's called Calathea orbifolia. I need to write that. I need to get its government name. Hang on a second. I can spell. Thank you, buddy. Calathea orbifolia. Does it not have a government name? I think most people call it by its full name. I guess. Anyway, those are the 2 plants that I'm growing. Beep, beep, beep. Going to my little plot right now. I can find it. Oh. Hey! Where do you change your name? Dang it. Come on. Oh, I have to pick a spot. Derp. There we go. Confirm. Confirm. Go. Oh, your sunflower. That is so true. If I had to call you flower, if I had to say this is the flower that best represents this person, sunflower for you, 100% correct. Absolutely apt. I love that. I'm gonna have to go and find the one that Artie uses too and add them to my plot. Artie is another Twitch streamer who does co-working that I follow, who lives in the UK specifically. Your earth flower is a rose. What is mine? Now I have to look that up. And this is why I shouldn't be allowed to have technology on my person at all times, because I can't focus. Earth flower. Either a daffodil or a jonquil, apparently. Both of which are beautiful. I love those flowers. Jonquil, specifically, if I'm remembering correctly what they look like. Oh, it's the same. That's just another name for daffodil. Is jonquil. Anyway, I'm gonna finish reading out my spirit people, my spirit companions, and then I'm gonna let you guys pick which one we're gonna read with today and pick, and then I'll choose my outfit, and then we'll do our thing. We'll get to it. Alright, so Trash Nuki. Trash Nuki is Cozy's favorite, to my understanding. Trash Nukis are playful, shape-shifting spirits, notoriously picky eaters. They choose to only consume food that has been tossed away. Trash Nukis are known to shapeshift into garbage bins to collect leftovers throughout the day, and sort through their spoils for any tasty treats. This process seems to be soothing for them as they also organize the trash into the proper bins. So you know they recycle. Their preferred hunting grounds are forested picnic areas and park cookout grills, where organic waste is especially common. So that's Trash Nuking. He apparently looks like an Animal Crossing character or something, if I understand correctly. Then we have Kettle Brew. I like Kettle Brew. Kettle Brews have no bodies of their own. Instead, these non-corporeal spirits are known to possess teapots. It appears that not just any teapot will do either. It must be one that is well loved by its owner. Upon being possessed by a kettle brew, the teapot will from then on be steeped with an endless supply of delicious tea. See, I wish that was real. I wish that was real. Many are curious where the tea comes from and what it's made of. I myself prefer not to think too hard about it. Kettle broom. Then we have another bird, sunquill. Sunquills are natural-born performers. They love putting on variety shows for other forest-dwelling spirits to show off their talents. From fancy feather twirling to sleigh of wing tricks, a sunquill's performance is quite the event. Their sunset shows draw the largest crowds, as their feathers are most brilliant when reflecting the golden rays of a sunset. Fawning over their plumage and offering plenty of compliments is all it takes to earn the friendship of a sunquill. Make sure to keep their attention centered on them, as they can become quite jealous. Low-key, am I not the same thing? Then we have the Bulby. Almost like Pokemon. I mean, Pokemon are not the first, like, monster collecting of any kind, but it's one, I would dare say it is one of the more popular ones. But anyway, Bulby. Lightning storms are known to lure out bulbies, a rare treat for spiritographers who document these otherwise elusive spirits. When lights flicker during a thunderstorm, it is often caused by bulbies flying between light sockets, collecting energy like bees collect pollen. Their bulbs grow brighter as more energy is stored, and once it's at its limit, they return to their hives. I would love a chance to study their hives and find out how their society works, but researchers have yet to encounter one. So they're kind of a combination between a firefly and a bee. You can see its little antennae look like the prongs of a socket, and their little light is the shape of an electric bulb. Specifically, I would say those are Newton bulbs, if I remember what they're called correctly. Yeah, that's what they are. They're Newton light bulbs. Newtonian or Newton light bulbs. They look very steampunky. With their, or Victorian, I guess another one is Victorian light bulbs. Their glass is always like a yellow tinted glass, and you can see there's like extra emphasis on the filaments inside the bulb. It's a very specific kind of light bulb. They're very cool, like visually artistic looking. You'll see them sometimes in like super hipster restaurants um, that want to look a little edgy. I don't hate them. I've always thought they were cool to look at. And if you use a light fixture that doesn't have a screen on it, I think specifically the Victorian slash Newtonian light bulbs are easier on the eyes. They don't produce a very strong light. They do produce a very artistic style of lighting. I think they're neat in that regard. And that's what his little light bulb looks like. This one made my spouse cringe a little bit. I won't say that I disagree. Or your basement. I say that mostly because a lot of people don't really see Newtonian light bulbs in the wild, so the ones that they have seen are usually in like hipster restaurants, but to have them in your basement, that totally tracks, Marble. That totally tracks. This one is called Voodoo. Voodoo. Voodoos are the manifestation of unfinished tasks, sleepless nights spent working, and the energy of Duke's organization can eventually grow into a malevolent spirit. These spirits can be subdued with a well-placed sticky note to the temple, turning them into a much more friendly apparition. The voodoo that has been calmed down can be a welcome companion, helping to keep your to-do list in order and reminding you of the importance of taking breaks. That is, yeah. I wish instead of doing voodoo as their choice for the character, creation, the creature creation, I wish they had chosen something a little less, loaded. I know that there is this thing in Shinto. These little papers. They're called omamori. They're amulets that people will use for various reasons. Omamori. They can do anything from protecting you while you're driving from like poor drivers or in safe travels, and they have ones that are specifically for prosperity in your business or passing exams or protecting a pregnant person as they have their pregnancy, or to find a swift partner to marry. Like they make all different types of omamori, and they're not, what's the word I want to use? There isn't negative connotations necessarily associated with omamori. However, you will see a lot of the paper charms used as repellents against malevolent creatures that are similarly based on omamori. I forget what they're called though. The omamori is specifically to be carried upon your person, versus the other one, which is used as a way to protect his space. Yes. I think that is correct. They remind me of mimikyu. Or maybe that's another word for it, I don't remember. But yeah, that is the voodoo. Then we have Inkster, which is cute. Super cute. When an author finishes their 1000th story, it is said that an inkster comes into existence. Inksters are mischievous tricksters by nature, loving a good prank. Blotches, typos, missing punctuation are an inkster's favorite tricks to play on an unsuspecting author, but not to worry. The changes always revert back, so the damage is never permanent. It is rumored that a companion inkster can help ease writer's block. I wish that were true. I don't think it's helped me write a single thing. I keep getting distracted by its adorable smile. Then we have boba pole, which is supposed to look like a tadpole, but they're made out of boba pearls. Boba pole, P-O-L-E, boba pole. Boba poles are extremely social, usually gathering in clusters and communicating with each other through an empathetic connection. Extra squishy to the touch, boba poles need constant moisture to retain their round shape. Moreover, they seem to thrive on high energy levels. They are known to splash and play in desk-side drinking cups in an effort to raise the morale of others, such as when they sense someone needs an afternoon boost to get a second wind towards their work. You're super cute, I'm not gonna lie. Then, and this, of all of the ones, admittedly, that are available presently, I'm not gonna say I don't find the pun on this one to be absolutely 10 out of 10 chef's kiss. We've got the waxalot. The waxalots are the adorable side effect of a failed ritual summoning. The complex nature of conjuring a spirit is sometimes lost on junior summoners. Even the smallest misstep can cause a failure. Usually a failure is harmless, but if the ritual candles are blown out by midday breeze at just the right moment, a waxalot is born. Behind their contented, blank stares lies an easygoing personality. The candles on their head, when lit, is said to take on the scent of the companion's favorite aroma. Mine smells quite pleasant, touch of vanilla, cranberry, and cinnamon. Getting a public sub for dinner. Hell yes! All of the sandwiches! Y'all are making me want a sandwich. Jeez. The waxalot, definitely a super cutie. And then we have the final one, ham stereo, who again looks a lot like a Pokemon, specifically Pikachu. Those headphone-looking appendages on ham stereo aren't just for show. They help dampen loud noises. Sandwich Gang is right. They help dampen loud noises since the spirit's ears are otherwise especially sensitive to sound and vibrations. This may once have been an evolutionary trait to warn it of incoming dangers, but in modern times, gifts ham stereo with an excellent sense of rhythmic timing and an affinity for music. I have found that because of its delicate hearing, it responds most positively to lo-fi songs. Spirit after my own heart. So those are all of the spirits that you can collect in the game, and you collect them by ways of doing specific things, doing specific tasks in the game, like using the timer, using the habit former, using the journal, going to different places in the space, of which there are several. You've got the desk, you got the bay window, you've got the bed, you've got the fireplace on the little squishy pillow. You can decorate the room with different fabrics and patterns and colors and different types of things. As Cozy says, they switch between Moonpaw, Lenny, and Nuki frequently. I kind of go through a couple different ones depending on what I'm feeling like that day. So you've got your space, you've got music choices. There's a few different playlists that are automatic, and you can also use their web browser, bearing in mind that the web browser, which is connected to YouTube, acts as a embedded player. So if you have a soundtrack, if you have a song or a playlist that has certain songs in it that have been made so that they cannot be used in an embedded player, it won't work. It's also worth noting if you are streaming that you need to make sure that the stuff you're listening to is either set up in such a way that it won't be recorded to the VOD, or that you're specifically using non-copyrighted music, because otherwise you could get a copyright strike. Keep that in mind. Some people don't care, but I kind of care a little bit, so I'm trying not to have that happen because I care a lot about what's the word? Intellectual property. Me and my spouse fight a lot about intellectual property because people who are not good people have used intellectual property as a way to sue people and all this other stuff. Meanwhile, as a person who cares a lot about authorial content, I find IPs really important. Because otherwise people could very easily just take whatever you do and make a copy of it, riff on it. And those are things I don't especially care for. That's not to say that, and like this is the big argument, of course, is always that everything is derivative of something else. If you go back enough, you can find that this borrowed from that, etc. And yeah, that's true. I'm not saying that isn't true. It's a case of, is there enough new content or unique content that separates it from being a carbon copy of something else? And more importantly, people who do that, who make exact copies of things, and they go on to claim that it is original to them, which is really insulting to the original content creator and the amount of hard work that they did to create this thing, be it a piece of art, be it a piece of music, being a build in a sandbox game, sandbox game that has blocks, big wink. Stuff like that. Like, yes, there is a certain amount of creativity that is unique to anything that is made as a tribute, but as soon as people start claiming this is mine and I am the only one who's ever made it and it is unique to me, and it turns out that they are absolutely, why can't I remember the word I'm looking for? My brain hurts. I haven't had my coffee today. Not voting, copying. Plagiarizing! There's the word. Sorry if that was loud. People who plagiarize really upset me. They don't take the extra effort. Okay. Feel better. Hopefully get some ice, get some cold stuff, make yourself feel better. People who plagiarize and don't make an honest attempt to make something original, to have the original thought, upset me. That being said, I have another little story time. We're gonna switch activities real quick though. Move us to the bay window. There we go. Turn off the typing sound because that is no longer what we are doing. Turn off the Pomo for now. Krashniki, a little pat. And check us out on screen. Awesome. Okay. We're in a good spot. Does music run out? No. Okay. So when I was a child, I used to watch this show on Nickelodeon called Are You Afraid of the Dark? Which is totally a gateway show alongside the book series Goosebumps for the horror genre, the horror mystery suspense genre as a whole. I can say that earnestly because that is exactly what growing up ended up being like. Like, I immediately, as an adult person, that was my genre of preference. I liked those things. I don't like gory torture porn type of stuff. That's not my bag. I don't like body horror. I don't like gore. Not my thing. But suspense and thrillers, hell yeah. Anyway, Are You Afraid of the Dark? The show. Also a great show. If you look at the cast list, not just the primary quote unquote storytellers, the society members, but the people who would be the acting crew, the ensemble cast in the stories being told themselves. That little Nickelodeon series was such a gateway show for actors, like up and coming actors. It's crazy looking back and seeing who all has been on that show at one point or another. But anyway, there was let's call it a series, a repeat character, a reoccurring character, Mr. Sardo, who was like a shop owner of some kind, who had a very difficult to pronounce name that people mispronounced constantly, and he got annoyed every time they did it wrong. I identified with that. But it was a specific society member who always had this specific reoccurring character in most of their stories. In 5th grade, we had an assignment where we had to write a book. We had to write and illustrate and construct a book. Using the skills that we were taught in the class. This might have been the preamble or one of the many preambles that made me want to grow up and be a librarian, which I have yet to accomplish because college is hard. Anyway, my story that I developed for the class was based on these characters from a Nickelodeon show. So you could say my first fanfic ever written was in the 5th grade. But I would never publish that fanfic unedited, unpolished, and say it was purely mine, and that it was a work that was only inspired by my own brain's muses, because that would be lying. And that would be plagiarizing. And, like, that's especially poignant now because there are authors who were originally known for their online fanfic who have then become published authors because they took their fanfic and they polished it and edited it and and then published it with enough differentiation that people believed it to be original source IPs. Unless you know them, you can tell exactly who they're writing, etc., based on their fanfic if they modified it enough, if they changed enough of it. Not naming names. But I know of several authors currently publishing who their work, their body of work is re-edited fanfic. And I have mixed feelings about that. the same way I have my spouse has mixed feelings or strong opinions about IP, because he is an anarcho-communist. I am definitely a leftist, a left-leaning person. I would go far as to say a democratic socialist. So we have a lot of similarities in our moral and philosophical points of views. But we don't always agree on everything, and IPs are one of those things we debate on a lot. We had a really, really long conversation about death of the author recently that just was really intense. And it's that is a subject that constantly gets talked about in the public eye also. I just saw the time. It's about to be 12:30. I didn't read it all today. I mean, I read this stuff on the spiritographs, but I didn't read it at all today. Oh man. Darn it. Oh, okay. That's okay. You know why? Because tomorrow is a double day, I think. I remember my own schedule well enough. Looking to check now. Where is my page? Go to my schedule and check. Tomorrow is Monday. Yes, tomorrow is a double day. Monday morning, 8 to 12 my time. We'll be doing Read Aloud or Long. And then 8:30 to midnight is Bedtime Stories ASMR. That is the schedule for tomorrow. Had my bonus stream yesterday with Cozy playing Stardew. It was a fun little jaunt of a time. But yeah, I should probably get us going. Make sure to come in tomorrow if you can, or book reading time. Whenever you choose to do that. And most likely I won't read for the full 4 hours, because 4 hours is a long time to read out loud, be it in regular voice or in ASMR whispery voice. So I might pick up another game tomorrow, or split, and definitely probably split reading with Pomodoro and actually read tomorrow. But the reading part will probably be the sprints versus breaks and co-working the whole time. Thank you so much for coming, Marvel. I appreciate you. And thank you for following. That was really, really awesome. So let's find somebody. Let's get into the end screen. As my poor computer fights so hard. And the music immediately drops away. That's fine. I need to fiddle with my settings a little more. Let's find somebody to raid. Who is on that I want to support with my viewers today? My computer will stop being so dang fussy. Come on, fussy face. Oh my goodness. Come on. Oh my Lanta. Alrighty. Let's see. I see Mia is around. That might be my go-to. Come on, computer. I know you can do it. Also, maybe get myself something to eat. I'm starting to get hungry. Well, I've been a little hungry. The mandarins did not cut it. I need some protein. Oh boy. Come on, come on. This page is slowing down Firefox. Oh my Christ. Must you? Jeez. Woof. All that sandwich talk, you're 100% right. I'm sorry, Z. I noticed the time and I shouldn't go longer than my scheduled time. I mean, I certainly could, but I really shouldn't. Not finding anything on the intro page that looks like something I want to jump into, really. And Mia is dependable as heck. We're just gonna do Mia. We like Mia. We like Mia a lot. She's a fun lady. So thank you again for coming. If you're watching the VOD or on YouTube, please remember to drop a follow or a like or a sub or a subscribe and maybe even engage with the content so that we can satisfy the gods of the algorithm. But thank you so much for coming in today and hanging out with me. As I mentioned, I'm gonna be live twice tomorrow. If you can, feel free to stop in. And also, remember to take your meds. Remember to drink some water, hydrate yourself. If you have the ability to do so, make sure to go outside for a few minutes if you can. Take a big deep breath if it isn't too hot or if there isn't too much pollution. And most importantly, if you have a furry friend, make sure to give them a little kiss on their forehead from me. Hopefully, I see you again soon. Have a great rest of your day and a kick-ass week. Bye!